Okay, and we are live. Let me make sure all my settings are good. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, we are. So, there's something I want to investigate. And let me pull up the DAW's source code here. I've been doing video editing for the last several days, and I've had a paper due for class, so I've been completely swamped. But I suspect there's some hidden Xenix functionality in the DAW's 2 source code. Because if we take a look here... Hey, Fessy, how you doing today? If we take a look at the README... Hey, Abraham. Hopefully my voice sounds good. Let's see here. Is it in this file or is it in the other one? Yeah, here it is. The user manual contains some significant errors, and this is in the documents shipped in the DAW's 2 source code. So this is something I wanted to look into, but most of these are, it says here, the user manual contains some significant changes. Most of these are due to last-minute changes to achieve a greater degree of compatibility with IBM's implementation of MS-DAWs, PC-DAWs. These include the use of backslash instead of forward slash as the path separator, and forward slash instead of hyphen as the switch character. For transporting bash files across machines, Microsoft encourages the use of backslash and forward slash in the US market. And DAW's patch, which we don't have, talks about this. So I was poking for the source code. And I kind of want to see if we can actually restore, like if we actually look at the documents, because they basically included, what is it? Not this one. Not profile, quick. Yeah, quick help. Nope, sorry, not this document. It would be, yeah, I think it's here in utility. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so like if we look at utility and we look at the way the documentation is ran, it all uses Unix style path separators. I'm gonna find a good example of this. I know there's a few in this file. Yeah, like right here, it says like send dir to /temp sd1. Yeah, I can lower the music. That's fine. Let's do that. Streamlabs, lower the music. So I am curious if we can actually switch the path separator, because I was looking for the code the other day, and I saw something that seems to suggest that it's doable. Alright. So I know there's 2 switches that do it, but let me try and just do a grep for that. I think I have to do that. Yeah, like see how format has it basically hard-coded in, but there's other places where it's not. I just have to remember where they are. I think it's in dir call, because I've been spending days looking at this source code, and it started blurring together in places. It might be actually in T-code, or actually it's probably in Sysint, now that I think about it. Because it is marked in the source code, I just don't remember where it's marked. Is it here in Sysint? Because this is where all the options are. Major version, internal structures. Yeah, this is looking promising. Current DAW's location. Yeah, this is all memory stuff. Default command line args, no exact. Yeah, this basically looks like everything related to... Let's see here. Because I know you can switch the command line arguments in this version. I just don't remember how you actually do it. I basically just threw up the stream because I was procrastinating on doing this, and I'm actually at the point I have to write the next part of the script, so if I don't do it now, it's not going to happen. Menu item. My brain. It is stupidly hot here in Greece, and the heat has really been screwing with me. So actually, no, there's actually quite a bit more Xenix functionality in DAWs 2. I have that in the video that I've been editing, but I actually want to restore the Unix paths that DAWs 2 actually had. Problem is, I can't remember where in the source code they're defined, because it is marked, and that actually looks like it's right there. It looks like it's in MS data. Because it did imply that OEMs could change this. Yeah, there's dev string, because there is a dev folder on this version of DAWs. So std in. It's all the month stuff, constants. Access is a word. Padding for IBM version. Make pushes faster. I just read it. Where was it? God, you have days where your brain can actually function and not. Oh, I can turn up the voice volume. Yeah, sorry, I lowered it for recording because I get the echo if the volume is too high. How's that sound? Maybe it's in the code for parsing command.sys. I know it's in here. The problem is I found this like a week ago, and I am completely spacing on where it is. This is me just showing that I am a great YouTuber, because fucking hell, I can't remember what I was doing. Yeah, so it's switch character. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Switch character. Switch character. Yeah, so there is a second companion one to this, because this is a public variable, and thus there's applications that can read it and change their behavior based on it. Public switch character, dir call. I don't think it's in here. Switch character. Yeah, like you can see here, it's it checks for. It actually checks the / first versus the backslash. Like there's a bunch of places in the code where it does that. And the README shows that it was changed at the very last minute for IBM. The problem is I can't remember where it is actually defined. Let me try separator. That's what I get for looking at this literally days after the fact. Skell. Oh, don't tell me it's actually in here. So parameter, yeah, so that's all prompt. That's all prompt. Oh, God, my brain is completely... Anyway. Yeah, so that's all messages. I feel like it was in sysint. It's in single quotes. T code 5. That's, yeah, that's part of command.com. Crystal, why can't I find us? Like, there's two options that make it this work. Does to config sys. Actually, doesn't it have the documentation for config sys here? Yeah, I think. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Files, because it's got to look at files for. Let's see here. Config. Yeah, okay, so there's config dot. That's how I found it the first time. It's listed. Yeah, here it is. Switch character. So this is what it uses for determining command line switches. And then there's a second variable in the actual code that does something. So check disk. The problem is I don't know how like deep in it goes. So print has it here as user switch character. Command.asm. Nope, that's not it. It's listed there in sysint. Okay, so these are all the labels that basically do stuff. Because they really did change it at the last minute. Like, half the comments show the path separator being a /. So that's why I want to see if I can switch it. But there is a single variable that actually controls it. And I need to find that if I'm going to do anything. Command initialization, switch. Path character compare. So it's our switch char? Hold on, that doesn't seem right. Oh, there it is. That okay. It actually opened the file right to where I had wanted it. Our switch character is hyphen and RD character. That was it. It was dir char. Dir char. Let me see where I can find that. That's in a whole bunch of files. So like if we look in copy, dir char. Yeah, like see how it has here like check CD, and then it loads the directory character, and then how the example code has the path going the other way. So if that's actually where it is, which file did I just open? It was in our data. So that's resident data. And that's where it's initialized. Did I edit this? Because that switch character being hyphen is not what it actually is. It's gotta be defined somewhere else. Because this is the part that basically goes into command.com. I really wish there was a way I could make grep work. Binary. I think if I give it -A, it will force it. Yeah, -A makes it force it all to be text. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, because like right here in command.com, it has select alternate path character. So I want to figure out exactly where all the bits for this are and see if we can get it to do the other thing. So here it would be rdir char. Runs int command, it compares it for the /, jump if not equal to use /. So it tries to compare jump if not 0. So it tries to load it as an alternative. I'm trying to figure out exactly where all the bits and bobs for this go, because it's basically all over the effing place. So special case, drive car, dir char. Where else do you actually look at it? I haven't changed the source code, right? No, I haven't. So that is how they distributed it, and how they distributed it. Let's see here. So check this changes it. Command.com has this path of use alternative. So where are we? If IBM version, like let's go to the top of this. This looks like this is very, yeah, this looks like load com. This is very early in the boot process. Memory allocator transcend 0 bad memory error, so it checks if the memory is okay. So it loads COM1, which is probably the transient part of it. No set version, we have finished the single command. Check exe loader on the IBM version. I have no idea what that does. Check transient, check IBM version. And then it has a bunch of bogus stuff. So how does rdir char get set? That's kind of, or yeah. Because it looks like if it's not set anywhere, it loads a default. But where does that actually get set? So that would compare to equal. Okay, so I think these two lines of code just need to be commented out. It needs to, if it goes to use /, why would they do it like that? The heat is miserable. The heat is absolutely freaking atrocious. Yeah, it looks like it tries to initialize it with rdir char being set for the Unix path. It then does a compare here. So the question I have to wonder is, it's got a switch. It's also got a load of value for our switch char. Oh, wait. I just realized I'm reading this code wrong. So if it, if switch char is a /, it then changes the directory thing, but our data says it's loaded with a hyphen to begin with. Yeah, So I know you can change that at runtime. You can change our switch char at runtime through a config.sys directive. You can't change our dir char from what I could tell looking at the code. What I want to see is if we can actually get that to switch back. Because like I said, it's implied in the README that you can do it. That it was something that OEMs could do. It's just no one actually ever did. Yeah, this might be a stupid monkey patch. It looks like, yeah, so it looks like if our switch char, where does it load, get this from DL? So it runs int command, where is, so that's an interrupt. Where does that actually, like, end up? Okay, that ends up in a lot of places. I'm assuming... int abort. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Go back to full screen. Let's open DAW's seg in a new window. Because... or it would be DAW's sim, apparently. Yeah, so this defines all the... yeah, so this is all the magic internal variable crap. So we're looking for int abort. And that maps to int tab. Which I'm assuming... okay, so it's in this file, so this is basically what it's running. Wait, there's an if statement here. Int tab equal 20. Which would be off the entry point. So... that's not it. Entry point segment is 0. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. Ugh. It is miserable. So it only uses the backslash for directory separator. Yeah, I mean, that's... I'm basically trying to restore the original path configuration. Because if you look at all the documents, they all use forward slashes, not backslashes. And a comment in README implies that this was a last-minute change. Yeah, it was this comment. Encourages the use of... the user manual contains significant errors. Last-minute change greater degree of compatibility for IBM's implementation of MS-DOS, which is diplomatic speak for saying IBM wanted this changed, because we actually know how that is. So for transporting bash machine ports, I can override this. The user guide explains how the end user can override this in config.sys. So yeah, it does imply that this was changed at the very last minute, which is why I'm And it also implies that you can unchange it, but we don't have we don't have DAWs patch.txt to tell us what is actually being used there. But the fact that the switch character code here, because like, hold on, you know what? Why don't we look at the version of DAWs I built a little more closely, because maybe there's more there than what I originally saw, because we just booted it up. But I know other people have examined this. Is this my version of DAWs? I hope it is. Nope, that's the IBM one. Let me see your existing image. OS2 stuff. Files from Xenix. DAWs 2 test boot. That sounds like what I would call it. Nope, that one booted off the hard drive. And it cannot read that disk. Okay, so that's not it. I really need to have more descriptive file names. IBM DAWs 2. Because I remember I made a specific disk. I have all the files for it, so I could just, like, make another one. It's not like it's hard. What do I have on this files from Xenix disk? Oh, you're not reading the floppy drive at all. Do I have you set wrong? I might have you set wrong. Because I think I was using the other VM for... Yeah, that would do it. Go be a high-density floppy drive. That would completely explain why that's not working. Oh, you're going to be like that, aren't you? Oh, you know what? I know. I just remember what I was doing. This is what happens when I go 2 weeks without touching this stuff. Or without touching my VMs. Yeah, because this was the one I was playing with multitasking DAWs on. So how do I have the drive set up here? Let's go into setup. Yeah, let's make that a high density drive. Write data to CMOS. That's fine. God, it is so flipping hot here. It was raining earlier, and that made it quite a bit more bearable, but the rain has stopped, and now it's just disgustingly humid. Let me try that DAWs 2 test boot, because I remember I put a banner on it to indicate that it was the one I actually built. Non-system disk. Man, all my VMs are a complete total mess. Okay, so it doesn't want to boot off the hard drive on this one. Let me make sure it actually boots. You know, I have the OS2 one, and I remember I was screwing around with that one as well. Let me see what I did with this one. Okay, so I've got a 6.2 disk in this one. Yeah, I remember this. This was the stuff I was testing. Okay, yeah, no, this is coming back to me. This was the OS2 VM that I built it on and blew up my entire source/working directory. which kind of sucked. Not gonna lie about that one. But let me see if this one has all the commands on it. It does have all the commands on it. So in theory, if I were to format a disk on this VM and I can't see it in chat. YouTube filters links out. I would have to make you a channel moderator to let you post links. Let me see that, or send it on Discord. But let me just do a Google search for DAWs patch. .exe. Oh, someone's actually found it. Okay, so hold on. It is actually here. Oh, it was in the bin directory. Okay, I'm an idiot. I didn't actually realize it was there. Okay, so I've had this file the entire time. Right. How to feel like an idiot in 3 seconds. So why don't we read the documentation and, like, see what it says, because, you know, someone spent a lot of time writing it. I should actually read it. Free locations. The first is to change the default switch character. It's a 1-character switch in debug in MS-DAWs system. Let me see here. That's the OEM one. Adding template messages. So yeah, it talks about changing the default switch. Now, MS-DAWs.sys, on the way they shipped it from... The way they shipped it did not include all the binary objects. That's coming out like pure... Blah. Default switch character. Yeah, so it talks about changing it for Xenix. So, new character in hex... But the source code itself seems to be indicating that that's actually how they set it. But we also know that that OEMs didn't have access to this file. They only had the object file for MS-DAWs.sys. So it is possible that the source code I have doesn't match up with the final version. Okay, you know what? I'm getting a little frustrated with this. So we have this version which basically builds the everything. Let me take this VM... And let me change... I think I would have to use 360k disks. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I'd like to do this on Xenix, but I also just don't care enough right now, because I kind of just want to make some headway with this. Alright, so let me make new disk. New image. DAWS2 test.img. That's going to put a DAWS 4 boot sector on it, but it should be fine. About the label, don't format another one. Can I make this bigger? Yeah, I can make this bigger. That might be a little unfortunate for when I go to edit the video, but I'll probably refilm this. Oh, right. This version doesn't let me do that. I'm starting to remember all the pain involved with doing this. Oh, you don't even support quick formatting. It's like all the nice quality of life stuff came with DAWS 5. I remember this version was DAWS 4 was basically the Vista of MS-DAWS. So The reason I'm formatting it is I'm actually just getting rid of the Microsoft system files. I'm going to put my own copies on there. Okay, don't format another one. It should still have the boot sector on it. So D11 bin. So let's copy ibmbio.com as iosys. Copy ibmdos.com as msdos.sys. I am hoping this works. If not, I'm going to be kind of annoyed. And then copy command.com. Alright, let's see if that's bootable. Nope, that's technology just deciding that it wants to freaking hate me. Alright, fine. Problem is I have a bunch of usable VMs on the other system. Alright, so you know what the easiest way to do that? So, you know, hold on, I have these files from Xenix. Let me... Is this the version from Xenix I actually built? General failure reading drive B... Oh, because... they're high density. They're high density. Hold on. God, yeah, I think the heat has melted my brain. Alright. Files from Xenix. What do we have on this desk? Yeah, those were the files. That was the version of it that I built on Xenix. I remember doing that. So the question is, can I find that boot disk? I mean, I could always just remake it. It's not like that's hard to do. Do I have... You know what? Hold on, let me look at IBM DAWs to boot sector. And the timestamp is at almost exactly the same time. There's no files on this disk. What other ones do I have that have similar date modified? IBM DAWs 2 built on MS-DAWs 4. Okay, I think now that I've figured out what I did wrong... There we go. Okay, and that's the version I actually built on Xenix. So let me set the prompt. Okay, so you don't actually know that. So if that is the case, let me put in the actual IBM PC DAWs 2 because I'm going to need an editor here. I actually need PC DAWs 2 disk 1 b edlin config.sys. Create file, switch char equal hyphen, save and edit. So let's see what that does. Oh, chat. The prompt. Holy crap. Chat. The prompt is the wrong way. That worked. So when this... I have never seen that documented. Okay, that is really cursed to see. So... the question now is, does that work on the retail release? Let me see if that... So if I do slash tests like that, does that work? That does work. Can I do that? Yeah, that works too. And then it's dr-w. Okay. Because I knew that the switch char thing was in fact documented. But I haven't seen anyone document the Unix style path thing before. Which makes me wonder if it's actually there on the IBM version. I need a new machine. I need a new VM. You know what? I don't think I need this. I've got an XT here for MDOS 4. I don't think I actually need this one anymore. Aside from the fact that the display is in amber. And I think it's using CGA. Yeah, an XT should support a high-density floppy disk out of the box. I guess it doesn't actually matter. Okay. Although, I don't actually remember what's on your hard drive, so I think I have to check that. I remember someone mentioning that this was... They documented the Switch character, but they didn't document the behavior in the path. And unless you just, like, boot the system up, you may not have noticed it. That's what I get for using an XT with a lot of memory. Non-system disk. Okay, so I must not have anything on this VM. That actually sounds about right. Let me grab IBM PC DAWs. Okay, OS2 stuff. So they must have... I put it in the oh, right, because it's an XT. I am completely losing my mind today. I mean, it is... I think between the heat and just my brain just being putty. God, that is cursed. I do want to try running Windows under this. Like, I completely want to try running Windows under this and see how much it actually goes kaflooey. Like, and because Windows would have been under development at this time. This code is 1982, 1983, give or take. If Microsoft actually thought that some OEMs would ship it that way, there is a possibility that Windows 1.0 does and will accept it. But like I said, I have not seen anyone document this before. I knew switch char was documented. Yeah, like, I'm Googling it right now, and no one's listing it. Alright, are we... Yeah, we're in. So, fdisk. Create DAWs partition. That's right, I remember what I was doing with this now. Are you serious? I can't delete the partition. Yeah, I remember V. Westlife's video. I've seen V. Westlife's video, but I don't remember him documenting this and that. I mean, it is possible I'm misremembering, but I looked at that video recently, and I don't remember him talking... Like, I remember him talking about switch char, but he doesn't talk about the paths being switched. Which is kind of why, if I was not completely failing right now... I'm going to have to boot a later version of DAWs, I think, to clear out the hard drive. That or just delete it and reinstall it, which might actually be easier. Here we go. IBM PC DAWs. We can get rid of it with 3.3. It is still really really weird to see that. I'm suspecting most applications don't, like, would not support that. Like, I definitely need to do some testing on it. Also, wow, no, it is going. Okay. Can I now delete that partition? Yeah, see, this one recognizes the partition as the DAWs one because I was playing with multitasking DAWs 4 on this system, and I just don't care. So let's go back to DAWs 3, or DAWs 2, and then let's take an actual look at this. Because there was a fair bit of more Xenix stuff in the code, but I am really curious if the IBM version will do that. Didn't I just delete that partition? I don't know, dude. I legitimately just feel like I'm... Oh, I must not save changes. Good lord. This entire week has just been like a dumpster fire for me. I had a paper due for class, a crap ton of stuff to do with immigration, and like other real life stuff. Like I've literally, this is like I found some time to do video editing, but I've had like no downtime this week, and it's really sucked. Let's try that again. Delete partition. Okay, no partitions defined. System will now restart. So now will it let me partition the hard drive, or is it just going to, like, I don't know, something. I think I gotta look at V. Westlife's video. Because I remember when he posted it. I'm just gonna look at it very quietly on the other screen. Because I don't remember him looking at the source code or anything. Okay, so he actually looks at the switch character thing. Okay, he does actually point it out. Okay, so he does actually point it out. He doesn't go out of his way. He doesn't change the prompt, so it's not obvious, but he does talk about in the dialogue, as I'm looking at the subtitles of it right now. Okay, so I was definitely wrong before, but screw it. I do want to see if this works on IBM DAWs. Alright, so format C. Well, I'll be breaking a lot less new ground here than whatnot. Okay, begin formatting drive C. I've moved to Greece. I've left the United States. And watching how things are going there, I definitely made the right call. God, it is disgustingly hot. Alright, formatted. Actually, you know, I'll just copy this all to the root directory. Because I also learned that Edlin has some issues if you don't. I don't have aircon in this room, sadly. Some of the other rooms do, but my office doesn't. The flip side is that this was the warmest room in winter. It's just now I'm paying for it in summer. And my desktop is also really hot. It's actually having some thermal issues, which I haven't, like, gone around to fixing, but whatever. I still think my video is worth making because I am going to cover building it on Xenix, and I might as well be comprehensive. So config.sys include switch char hyphen. Oop, that was not what I wanted to do. Alright, so prompt. So it does work. Huh. That... Okay, you know... So I'm curious on how much it actually changes. So if I, like, make a test directory, copy start.exe to the test directory, and, like, I run tree. Yeah, so that tree, like, shows the paths as they are. What does check disk show? Check disk doesn't care. What else actually might care here? Backup might... This version didn't have FC, did it? Let's see here. Graphics. Forget, well... Because moving to Canada is extremely difficult and Canadian immigration is hard. But even if it was, I'm not convinced that Canada is the place to be right now. All right, so this was a lot more of a disappointment. This is a bit more of a disappointment than I thought it would be. But you know what? Why don't we install Windows 1.0 and see? I'm just curious what'll happen if we load up Windows. I'm legitimately curious. Let's see, that'd be my Microsoft folder. D1 setup. God, that's weird using that switch. Yeah, I am curious if we can install Windows. I actually have to change my video card because it's not going to work with a CGA card. It needs... We'll go with EGA just so we have, like, you know, color. Like, if there's anything that's actually going to support this, I could see Windows is doing so. Alright, so continue. Set up to hard drive. So now I'm curious, if I type Windows... Oh, it did accept it. Yeah, I can put a Microsoft mouse in this system. We have EGA. Yeah, it's interesting. It actually did accept that path. Yeah, no, I would completely agree with you. It's just, let me put it like this. I don't really want to be in a place where someone has promised to invade. The fact that that path was even accepted is bizarre. I suspect when we load into Windows, it will just have normal paths, but it's worth checking out regardless. Don't need to set up a printer plotter. Fonts disk. Desktop applications. Yeah, this might be a much shorter stream than I envisioned, because, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Because it could have just... I didn't type the last backslash. It just worked. From what I saw in the source code, there were a few applications that basically overrode switch char. '86, '87, '88. This is what I get for doing this on an emulated XT. When I did this in my first video on the channel, I did it in VirtualBox, and it was very fast. Not so much right now. Alright, there we go. Windows. So, first question I have is, if I do that, what happens? Chat, something bad happened. Something very bad happened. I do believe we have found some compatibility issues. Let me just try typing win by itself. Okay. That looks like a graphical issue. Like, yeah, that looks like the video card's completely wrong. Display IBM EGA. I did configure it with IBM EGA. Well, this is interesting. It's not completely crashing, but it's also not working. Well, I don't see anything in the path that would do that, so let me just remove that from config.sys, and let's just see if the problem goes away. You know what? We can just delete config.sys. I may have set... I thought I set the... I thought I hit EGA in the menu. I may have hit the wrong one. Okay, so no, that was not it. I must have hit the wrong EGA in the menu when I installed Windows. I gotta wait for this to boot up. Yeah, well, I have it set for EGA. Well, you know what? We can make this a lot faster, but I have it set for EGA with 256 colors and enhanced colors. No, Windows 1.0 supports EGA. I know it does. Alright, so let me put the config.sys option back. So switch char hyphen. And then I'm actually going to add an autoexec.bat that should set the prompt. Well, the thing is, it's not real hardware. It's an emulated machine, so I don't think it actually makes a difference. God, it's weird seeing that prompt. Like, did I just select the wrong option? Because maybe that's what happened. So continue. Continue. Because I know I hit 3 on that op menu. So yeah, so it's keyboard's correct. Mouse system. Oh, okay, hold on. It would be 6. I did hit the wrong option. Yeah, in this case, this is me actually installing it with the wrong option. I saw enhanced graphics and I didn't read the whole line. Bad sectors, when I first built this system, one of the RAM sticks was bad, and so yeah, I'm pretty sure I had emulators with memory problems. God, that would be a really cursed way to find a memory issue. You boot up a emulated machine, and the RAM test in the BIOS fails because the system memory is also failing. Alright, let's see here. So we type Windows. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so a little, not so, oh right, I didn't actually set a mouse. Not surprising, the path is input device. Yeah, I said it was a Microsoft Serial mouse, so let me set that. Yeah, so not surprisingly, the path there is... Oh god, my brain is completely fuzzed. And here I thought I was going to have a neat YouTube thing. I didn't realize View Less Life had actually covered this bit. That's alright. See, I could have swore I set the mouse to be, I mean, I can use the keyboard. So let me try something. So let me try, like, DAWs. Oh, interesting. That does actually work. So change directory, Windows. Alright, so if I hit MS-DAWs... I forgot. How do I open a command line window? Because there is a way to do it. Do I have to just run command? I think I have to run command. Yeah, like, it works there. Alright, if I hit command.com... Yeah, it does, and it does show the actual prompt, because it's running command.com in Windows. I might have selected bus mouse. I'm not all that worried about it, though. Okay. I hit Alt-Tab, and I accidentally Alt-Tab out of the emulator, because, alright, keyboard requires capture. Nope. I would like it to... not do that? So it's interesting. If we remove that option, I'm so used to this taking Unix style options. So dev config.sys. I'm curious now if we go back into Windows if it'll accept the /. Well, that It might be. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure in this version it basically used DAW's file APIs. I don't think it did anything special itself. Oh, it does work. Interesting. I mean, that is bizarre, to put it bluntly. I really didn't realize that Westlife had documented this. I knew about that video. I had watched it, like ages ago. And I even referenced Westlife's video in the script. So that's a little bit off-putting. I'm curious what other changes were in the IBM version now. Like, what else did Microsoft actually have to change? Oh boy, there is a lot of changes here. Yeah, some of these I know what they do. Like, I know that IBM wanted the exact function call in command.com. Let's see what else they actually did here. exe loader. So the default drive behavior is actually different. Yeah, IBM version. I knew that change existed. So what else do they actually want? So let's see what's in debug mess. Well, yeah, that is kind of. Oh, debugger messages. I'm tempted to like build the IBM Japanese version. Not today, but maybe at some point. So this function was only like existent on the Japanese version, it looks like. I didn't even see that where this if block ends. Oh, there's the end if. Oh, weird. It actually deals with parity memory. What? Did IBM release a machine in Japan with parity? Let's see what else is still buried in here. So there's some code in format.asm. So it checks for a sign.com. I'm assuming this is to prevent you from accidentally formatting the MS-DOS floppy. If IBM version Alright, so code to put in the header. So can't find assigned drive. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's checking if the drive letter has actually been changed. And it looks like it's checking internal DAW structures to do that. Because you can reassign drive letters under, where's this if statement end? Yeah, it basically ends right there. I mean, it's really niche functionality. I am still a little bummed out about the earlier thing, but like whatever. So what else is, like I said, I might as well look at the other changes while I'm here. But yeah, this is going to be a much shorter stream than originally envisioned. Like, get set. Oh, right, the OEM number, so that's stuff I need to talk about. Let's see what else is set here. Yeah, so just basically OEM number. Hard drive, I'm assuming that's hard drive driver. So that one just refers to it in the scripting files. That one's not actually there. Oh, interesting. There was a high mem version. Wait, what does that flag do? That's a new flag. So there's kanji, there's this high mem flag, which is defined to 0. I'm assuming that would move it. I'm not actually sure where that would move it. Let me see where else it flips and does stuff. Let me switch this to like ASCII because I'm assuming that's basically all if stuff. Run resident part above. Like, run resident part above. Like, where is it actually putting that? Because if it's putting it at FFFF, it actually, that makes sense because that would be a handy thing for the 286. But it would be surprising if it was supported on this. So it would actually print out Command V 211 with an H if the high mem flag is set. Yeah, I'm just looking at other things in this because I really thought that there was going to be a lot of content here, and it turns out there wasn't. But I want to figure out where the segment size is, because if I can figure out what it actually does, if that actually loads into what I think it's loading to, that would be actually interesting, because that means that they were thinking about a 286 version. Here we go. So, special note for high-mem version, process has been built with the constraints as referenced by CS until return reference on CS, blah, 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 blah. Set memory area. Okay, so that's not where... So I'm assuming it's actually in command.com, which is basically where the vast majority of this seems to be. Although it might also be in int.asm. Yeah, okay, so that's command.com. So that's referencing itself. Chuck environment. Yeah, this HiMem thing is very strange. Because run the resident part above transient. High memory. But where is it defining high memory? Well, they have MS head that refers to it. HiMem switch to load DAWs into high memory. And that was added in 82. So it might have been for the 286 or a... Oh, we see more references to Xenix in here. Yeah, so the only thing that does is change the version string. So in sysint... Final DAWs location, device list, memory size. Systems with parity memory must check size system. Okay. So basically there was support for parity memory. The Greek summer is melting me. Literally, it is stupidly hot in this here in Greece, and it's been stupidly hot for a while. I can't figure out where this is loading anything differently. I'm assuming it does something. I mean, it would make sense for it to do something. If not defined, high mem equals 0, and if. Okay, so that's just a fallback in case that's not actually defined. Yeah, so there's the OEM word. There's the high mem header. There's a bunch of stuff if there's kanji. Because I'd assume there would be like a parameter that says where it actually would go if it is in high memory. Like, all I'm seeing is referencing oh, actually, there's a lot of things here. So let me take a look here. Chuck environment, register, save. Like, where would it load the resident part? Well, there's this real res variable. Let me see if I can see where this is. And that's the only place that's defined. If high mem real res is not set, so listen to DS. Set block, allocate. It really does look like all it does is load it to the top of conventional memory instead of the BOM. I don't know why you'd want to do that. Like, I legitimately not sure why you would actually want to do that. Well, the memory map on the 640 memory limit on the 8088 is a little bit arbitrary. As IBM designed the platform, they intended it to have the lower half be user space and the top half be hardware. But because the definition of conventional memory is the memory free from address 00 all the way up to whenever, you can go quite a bit higher. Like, if you were to get rid of if you were to reallocate the monochrome video card address space to DAWs, I believe you can get up to 720 kilobytes without any real hardware modifications. If you got rid of all the graphics card and ran off a serial console, you can get, I think you can get almost all the way to 800 or 900 kilobytes of conventional memory. So it is possible. But you know what? Command.com being development version actually makes sense. Actually, that does make a lot of sense. I mean, The fact that they go out of their way to change the version string indicates... Let's see what else. Oh. Shoot. That was my mic stand. Hold on, I gotta fix this. I got the mic back in the stand, but the stand's being a little bit... I guess that's going to have to do for now. Alright, I'm back. I mean, that was my fault too, is that, like, if they wanted to support it on machines that didn't have the IBM PC's memory map, that would make sense to me, but it doesn't feel like it defines any, like, it doesn't feel like anything for that's actually really defined, and there's multiple switches for it. Like, here in command.com, it says, run residual part above transient high memory. But there's also other switches buried in the code, which doesn't make as much sense. Like, standard software has it equal false, so it does affect stuff deep within the plumbing. There is something here in MS Data. For high-mem versions, these For high-mem version, these two vars must be at the end of the constant segment to prevent them from getting overridden. Well, current PDB would be process description block, and we saw that earlier. So, you know what? Development might actually make sense. Actually, that, of anything, that does make the most sense, although now it opens the question is, does that mean you can run DAWs on top of DAWs? Like, we have debug messages here. We do have a system version here. If true, IO direct to BIOS so DAWs can be debugged. Oh, yeah. Also, my allergies hate me. So what were the other flags I was looking at? Yeah, I do think that, now that the more I look at it, the more I think you're right. I think that is for actually debugging DAWs on DAWs. Because then you'd be able to load it high. You'd be able to load it high and then debug it, because if we look at the things that it actually does... Does this have any... Let me see if there says anything about high memory. Takes over system initialization, transfer a long jump. Call basis, since this is called after initializing, you can make system calls. Let's see here, hold on. This is the entry point, which allows the BIOS to do some int work after DAW's initialization. All registers must be preserved. This program should be followed as an OM BIOS, and... Like, I'm staring at this code, and I just don't get what it does. Like... Well, okay, hold on. This is where it does a third reloc. So this must be when it... Yeah, this must be where it loads it high. Absolutely bizarre. Like, for command.com, it would make sense to me, because then you could load in a new command and then exit it. Assuming it would exit properly on a crash, because it was loaded into the transient memory. Because applications can reach into command.com to access certain functionality. But only a small part of command.com actually stays resident at all times. That's why I'm so damn confused on what this thing does. And it's only defined... Like, it does a whole bunch of sysin stuff. Yeah, it's like, my thought was when I initially saw that it would be for loading it into what's called the upper memory area, which would make sense on a 286 with more than 1 megabyte of memory. That's a free 64 kilobytes that you don't have to worry about. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my thought about it too. So, the kanji version is interesting. Let me see what else. Let's see what else was also hidden behind the IBM flag on this version. So there's a bunch of stuff in sys. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes complete sense, that it would just be file stuff and boot sector crap. Like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. There is some stuff. There's something in recover though. So IBM system. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, there is actually an Easter egg here. Chris Peters helped with the new DAWs. I should mention that one. I'm not sure. Let me take a break. I'm actually going to stand outside for a moment because my office is 1,000,000 degrees, and let me see if I can get any brainwaves. Alright, I'm back. Uh... Yeah, I'm back. I am completely stumped. Like, completely stumped. Oh, this is a long block for IBM code. Or did I just miss the F? The end F? Oh, no, this is where it ends. Okay, so it's not that long. I do feel better having stood outside, but... Oh, that's interesting. If not slash, then not PC. So my guess is that on non-PC versions, Microsoft intended for the path separator to be the command switch and the path separator to be /. And if it's not set... Yeah, so it does look like on PC, it was intended for non-IBM PCs. Which makes sense. I know the HP Vectra was a non-PC that ran DAWs. But I'm almost certain that the Vectra uses the /. But like I said, it was a last-minute change. Yeah, I mean, the high mem thing, the only thing that makes sense to me, let me see if there, I just want to look in the bin folder, because, you know, I glossed over that earlier, and I probably shouldn't have. Yeah, so we have the format object files. Oh, it does have the build command in here. Oh. I need to fix my script. I'm really happy I took a longer look at this. I don't think the CHS... Maybe it did ship with MASM. Okay, so this is actually... this was actually a good thing that I went through and actually looked at all this, because if I hadn't, my script would have had some pretty major mistakes in it. So, definitely not a waste of time. Alright, so now looking... Oh, wow, I am sticking to my chair. It is so hot in here. Yeah, so this before that's a histogram produced by the DAW's profile utility. I do want to definitely check this thing out. That's probably gonna be a giant pain in the ass. Was that in the DAW's one source? I don't think it was. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go through and actually make edits to the script, which kind of sucks. But I'd rather have it be correct than not, because I really just completely glossed over this directory, and I'm pissed at myself for doing it. But it's better I catch it now than not. What version of Masm is this? Version... Yeah, so that's the 92 version of Masm. I don't... Just want to confirm, they didn't ship Masm... No, they didn't ship it with the other one. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to make a bunch of fucking edits. At least the most of the part I need to edit is relatively easy and straightforward. But I am a little irritated, to put it bluntly. So they did have a profiling utility. I feel like I saw that before. Maybe not in the... Yeah, I gotta make some fucking edits. I'm kind of pissed off. Oh well. It is possible that the high mem version was intended for like profiling it and such. It's the only thing that sort of makes even remote amount of sense to me, but like, I think I'm gonna call this stream here because now I know I have to do a bunch of work, and I'm like, yeah. Let me look at my script because I gotta figure out how much I actually have to edit here. So here's my script file. Version 1.10. That is actually a different version. I'm pretty sure that the, wow, this is a complete and total mess. So it also has high mem. Okay, great. That means I actually have to... Yeah, it does actually have it. Let me look at that source code and let me see if I can make any more sense of it, because this source code is a lot simpler. Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually edit the part of the video I already put out, which kind of pisses me off, but so be it. It's not the first time I've had to go through and edit a video that was already, like, partially or mostly done. I actually had to do that with pinball. But it just kind of fucking kills my mood. Yeah, I think that's a different version of MASM than the one that... I'm gonna have to check that. Let me look at my script and figure out what I actually have to edit in it. I think I can just add the high mem thing right here to the end, and that would be good enough. On the DAWs 2 stuff, you know, screw it. Let me copy MASM to a floppy disk so I can just run it real quick. Do I have room on this disk? Yeah, I got room on this disk. Alright, so this is IBM built on DAWs 4. Yeah, this is relatively simple to sort out. It's just going to be a pain. Why do I do this to myself with all these hard and long projects? Desktop. I just want to see what version of MASM that actually is. Yeah, that's a different version. I'm pretty sure the MS-DOS 1.1. I remember, hold on. OS2 Museum. Yeah, okay, this is what I remember. Oh god, so there was, hold on, there was actually something else in here that I felt was interesting. I need to pull out. So it's in check mems. Yeah, here it is. There it is. The DOS-T prefix is a top desktop 20. Remove it for assembly in DOS environments. Yeah, so this is proof that they were building it on TOPS 20. I knew for a fact that they were doing so. So yeah, that's stuff I need to add. So let me open up the script. And let me make some edits. I'm not going to do any further work on this today because I am just Mr. Potato Head. So I think what I'll do is here I'm going to add a section of talk about HiMem, and I will append it. I'm not going to re-release the video. I'll just re-add it at the end. Let me just say, let me see if there's anything else I actually need to put here. I think I need to add a note here. Where would I want to make a note about the binaries? Strap yourselves in, folks. Fully complete source code. The thing is, I know they built it on Xenix, and I have actual proof of that. So there's some other things I want to actually add here. So V Westlife. There was more stuff I wanted to actually add to this. So note V Westlife covered a good chunk of what I'm going to talk about. Because that area I already know I have to re-record. How do I remember what graphics.com does on DAWs? Because I was getting ready to do that section. Because I basically haven't recorded anything past this point, so all this is basically free to edit. So let me make some actual edits to this. Lord, my brain is actual soup. Actually, I know where I'm going to also mention the binaries. Actually, let me look at the version string and see if those are the self. Because, you know, I really just glossed over that folder, and I shouldn't have, but screw it. Yeah, so command.com. It's probably going to screw up the music timings, but it's not that big of a deal. That's easy enough to fix. So let me go back down. So let's go back further down. Hey, Alfredo Tortellini. I hope you're having a good night. Yeah, I'm not getting... This did not get as much done on this as I would have liked. So I need to talk about high mem here. This is me talking about TSRs. So things I need to actually add in here. Device nodes, that's fine. 15 for future, that's easier to talk about when we have the development tools. They also shipped a set of binaries. I actually check and see what those binaries correspond to. Oh, it's a Microsoft version of command.com. It's not the IBM one. Interesting. See what else is actually here. Like, let me look at format. Is this the IBM version? Format object. Oh, right. It doesn't actually ship format as a pre-built thingamajiggy. Oh, I'm going to have a lot of fun talking about this. And then get into the timing. I think I'm going to have to try and build it with... Yeah, I think I need to revise this entire section and how I'm going to present it. Yeah, this is going to basically need... I'm going to add some notes here. Revise this section. Talk about building DAWs with MASM 2. Included MASM. Build it with Mikal's tracked down version of MASM. Yeah, okay, so this entire part of the script has to basically be reworked. Yeah, so this needs to be revised. Actually, the Westlife talked about switch paths here, but we're going to talk about it. Review differences between IBM and Microsoft versions. Yeah, I know how. Okay, I know how I'm gonna revise this. It doesn't build. Uh. Revision notes. Okay. Partial source code that allowed to be ported to the machines. I want to see the telecomputer machines. Were they DAWs compatible or not? I don't think they were DAWs compatible ones. I don't think this was a telecom. Yeah, I don't think this was. Hold on. There's an actual article in Byte magazine about it. Let's take a look. Actually, we have the manual. Or, of course, the manual is not actually online. That really doesn't help. Yeah, so they did have a bunch. So they had one CPM86 MS-DOS system, but it doesn't say if it was a PC-compatible system. But you know what? Let me look at the source code, because this actually helps put some... The more I look at this code, the more fascinating and messy it actually gets. Like, it's a literal piece of history. Where's the part of the I/O driver that they did ship in the base source code? Alright, I have a decent idea of how I'm actually... Oh, disk copy is here. Actually, that is a different version of disk copy. Here, oh, here it is. Finally, Skeleton I/O. I am wondering if this is for the televideo machine. No, it says it's for an Altos... What the hell is that? Oh, that machine ran Xenix. So it's designed to be linked with the sysint module. We have the files for... Yeah, we do have the files for that. Yeah, this is definitely not for a PC. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's definitely not for a PC. 77 tracks. I don't even know what to say about this one. I'm going to take a break. Oh, wow, my legs are stiff. Alright, I'm back. Good lord, this source code is messy. Yeah, I mean, it's... I knew that it was televideo. I forgot that Altos code was in here as well. I mean, it literally feels like someone puked on a code repository. Let's see here. They reference televideo. Televideo was a maker of video terminals. But they also had a small line of machines. Specifically had the Televideo TS604. Yeah, the Televideo 1603. Yeah, apparently the first machine they had that was PC compatible was the Telecat. Let me see if I can find anywhere any other information. Yeah, like I have no idea what like, yeah, this museum says they have the manual, but they said that you have to contact them to basically get it, and I can't find another reference for this machine's manual. All right, let me just keep doing some writing. Get to building it and dive into hidden stuff. Let me see if I can find the issue of Byte magazine that they talk about. It's on the Internet Archive. Can I actually peer into it, though? Oh, God, that ad. Emacs for Unix, MS-DOS, and PC. I literally just opened it up and I noticed that. Ghostling Emacs. Oh, Lord. Okay, so apparently this issue had a review on this machine. Let me see if it's actually in here. Let's go to table of contents. Also, let's zoom out. Can I get the whole book on screen, please? Wow, that is tiny. There we go. Module 2. 4th IBM PC reviews. Yeah, this is the issue they say it's, the review is in. Let me see if it's actually in here. For logos, kernel. I mean, maybe it's in the ads? Can I search in this? Oh, I can search in this. 360. Let's see if it's in here. Chat, we're searching. Wow, that's completely useless. It literally just lists it as a free shipping. That is completely useless. I'm assuming this manual is completely unobtainium. Yeah, this manual does look like it's completely unobtainium. And it's only listed there. Here, Altos. That's here. I'm just trying to figure out OEM versions. Here. I'm assuming the 1988 one. So apparently the other place where, yeah, this hard drive driver. Hard drive access. Machine, hard drive driver for that system. I tell you is it's not a PC compatible machine, merely an 8086 that could run DAWs. Same option. Although I also learned that Alto sold machines running Xenix while running this. Trying to do a writing. This has been much more. Page 240. Hold on. Page 240. Oh, you may just be a lifesaver. Hold on. Yeah, page. Oh, 240 is the average. Okay. Oh, unless. 240. Here it is. It claims to be IBM compatible. I guess it was compatible. Okay, I can add that to my notes. Thank you for that. Yeah, seriously, thank you for that. Although, is that the same machine? Like, let me look at that ad again. Where did I put that tab? Oh, don't tell me I closed it. Here it is, Byte Magazine. Yeah, I also will put the link to that here because I will lose that otherwise. I'm not convinced that this is the same machine. Because this talks about the TPC-2. But the best source of information is a scan from Byte Magazine from 1984, which had an ad. We'll come back to that. Let me see here. Yeah, if I'm going to do work, I might as well work on revising this script, because I knew I was going to have to do this regardless. Probably. Oh, yeah. actually need to... I know how I want to write this, I just need to find the energy to write this. I'm definitely trying to write here. Yeah, well, the IBM offering was not all that great. I mean, it was very expensive for what it was, and as soon as clones basically cracked the IBM BIOS, the inevitable happened. I'm sorry if I'm not talking much, but I'm really just trying to get as much ran down because this is... yeah, this entire section needs to be rewritten. I have to revise the earlier parts of this. Let me see if I can, let me check eBay for that ad. Oh, yep. Wow, this ad is just a giant flex. Here, I'll bring it up on the screen. Yeah, this is basically... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to just make sure you have credit in the script so I don't forget later. Individual nation. I probably should save that ad because if that listing goes down, it's going to go bye-bye. Save image as. It's in a WebP file, but I'll grab it. I'm a little bit hesitant to list an eBay off stuff, but yeah. Skeleton Knight. I don't know if Jeff Patterson actually owns the oak or if he was just posting it from somewhere else, because that's where the oak is, actually. Yeah, so we do actually have the copies of the files here. So, okay, you know, that's interesting. So if we actually look at the diskettes, harddrive.asm is actually there, as is Skel.io. But there is no source code to command. The binary's there. Oh, okay, so he does actually list it. So how do I actually include that? Actually, knows and specifically as copies of it. Listing of the contents of the 5 discs to Jeff. Yeah, it's Jeff Parsons. Parsons, the owner of PCJS.org, which at least helps sort out this mess. DOS distribution, skeleton. Oh, I actually have a decent idea. You know, it's probably that each version of the oak was customized. Like, there was probably no generic oak release. Like, when a vendor wanted the oak, Microsoft would make changes to command.com, build it into it, and then ship it. And that would make sense. That would actually make sense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna just stretch, but I know how to write. Partial source code to DAWs and full source code to anything the vendor might need to modify for the platform. When did McCall do his autopsy of this code? Because if it's... He did the autopsy in 21. Okay. Agree with McCall's findings. I actually think I know this source code is so messed up. To export. Yeah, because when I noticed the hard drive thing, let me check the file size of hard drive. Let me see if it's the same. I do believe Dodge rounds file sizes. No, that's the same size. The hard drive.asm on the Oak is 17,536 bytes, and I'm assuming Skelito is also lose the H option. 45056. Yeah, no, they're identical. Those two files are identical. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, now this is starting to actually make a lot of sense to me. I think what this boils down to is I think the Oak was modified for each vendor and command.com was rebuilt. Let me see if that's the same version of MASM. No, it is not. The MASM... Oh, no, it is. It is the same version. Okay. Okay, there we go. Figuring... Okay, how to... Yeah, I have MPC. The Altos probably didn't have the BIOS for handling hard drive access. Instead, used DOS driver to resume. Relevant shortly. Realization. I am fairly certain. A few files are labeled from 2.11. I want to just check something because I thought I saw something in the README that helps explain this. All right, this was not what I was expecting to do. Readme.doc, is that the same size between the two? It is the same size. Okay, so we know the files from this are the same ones that were on the Oak. There's also that P clock. What is that file? Oh, it's for implementing the profile thingamajiggy. Okay. Yeah, okay, I just had a realization of exactly what Microsoft released the source code. Um, Starfrost, I think I know. I think what this actually is I think these images came directly off a Microsoft developer machine. Because I suspect Microsoft didn't distribute all this source code. In fact, I know that for a fact they didn't distribute it. I think when OEM called up Microsoft to license DAWs, whoever was in charge of building the oak for that vendor modified command.asm and put the copyright message in. That's why Televideo's message is in there. They were the last one to request DAWs 2's oak. The Atlas files were included as examples. Oh, the original oak is on the Internet Archive? Okay, I'll have to go look at that then. I don't usually look at leaked source code, but I think in this case it's an exception. But I you know what? Screw it. Let me see if I can find it. Internet Archive, Microsoft Oak 2. Oh yeah, it's there. The reason I'm pretty sure of this is that if we look at the files that were actually on the oak, command.com was shipped as an object. So I think whoever built it. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, the IO.asm and PC-DAWs 1 is for an SCP machine. I think what this boils down to is Microsoft only released the source code to code that they had absolutely no Microsoft involvement to. And this is something I've been thinking about a while. Disk copy on DAWs 1 was an IBM utility. It was replaced in DAWs 2 by a Microsoft utility. But the source that Microsoft released is all Microsoft code. There is no IBM code in any of this. And this is probably why they've released the code to the Oaks. And what I suspect is these files sat on a developer's computer at Microsoft. When someone called up Microsoft wanting to license DAWs, whoever was at Microsoft would go into command.asm, change the copyright messages, build, link it, and send it. Which would explain why Televideo's copyright messages are in command.asm. Because they would have been, it was basically their version of the oak that was built from it. Because if I look at the file sizes to each other, the files that we have in the public source code release match what is in the actual, they match. Scale.io.asm matches what's in the oak. I didn't even realize the actual oak is on the website. But yeah, I actually think this is because there's more files in Microsoft's source release than there are on the actual oak. So yeah, I'm pretty because if this was like a development tree, the file sizes I think would be different. And this would also explain, because trying to explain why Television's copyright messages in here is the most mind-boggling thing of the whole thing. Or Televideo. Where is that message? Yeah, it's here in T data. It's also, yeah, I mean, Televideo, and it's part of the, it's set under the IBM flag, which makes it just all the more fucky-wucky. Like, because Televideo is also referenced, where is it? It's also referenced in uint. Yeah, it's also here. Because why would Microsoft have this code? Why would Microsoft have something from an OEM? Well, that's exactly what I think. I think someone at Microsoft would type in the copyright messages and relink command.com. Because if we look at the file listings of the Oak, command.com is shipped as a binary. It's not shipped in source code form. Now, I know some OEMs got more source code than others. I know Compaq had the whole thing. And there's a comment somewhere in here that talks about is it in README? Source licensees should realize that the resulting binaries of a new version will not correspond to an old one. I mean, it does seem to imply that I think different vendors got different amounts of source code. Like, Compaq, the reason we know this is that well, PC DAWs, so we know that televideo from Individualation Going Digging through Byte Magazine, which I'm immensely thankful for, had an XT compatible. Now, unfortunately, the disk there's no binary copy of televideo PC DAWs 2. The only known dump of it is bit rotted in the 2 files we care about. But if Microsoft basically customized the Oak for each vendor, what they would have almost certainly done is they would have built the copyright messages into it. They would have distributed command.com, they would have given the object files to the MS-DOS kernel, and they would have shipped the skeleton IO files for customization. And the skeleton IO files, they shipped 2 of them. And we know that these are exactly the same from the Oak. They're from the Altos ACS 86C, which was non-IBM compatible PC. Microsoft, I think, went out there. I don't think so. The thing that has been bugging me about this source code ever since I first looked at it, specifically after the DAWs 4, there is no IBM code in here, and this looks like it's by design. The DAWs 1 source code we know came from Seattle Computer Products. It was specifically the code to Seattle Computer Products version 1. The DAWs 2 source code is the code that was shipped to OEMs that were not IBM. It includes additional code besides that, but none of that code is for the IBM PC. The DAWs 4 source code is complete, but all of that code was written by Microsoft. It has no IBM code in it. Because if we go to the DAWs 4 source code, and we go to, where is it? Yeah, like, a whole bunch of this is basically like newer or newish codes, or they may have gotten permission for it. Let's see here. But this very much stinks of, this is source code. This has basically been IBM source code. DAWs 4 was probably the first version that was complete without IBM stuff. Where is their IOSS? I think it's in BIOS. Yeah, here we go. Man, look at the SCCIS ID. It's 1.2. It's it's been a revision, and it's a new version. It's a new for version 4. New for version 4. New for version 4. This was a rewrite. Now, it probably has bits of the older ones in it, but this looks like that Microsoft themselves ported this to IBM and did not do it with the IBM source code. Essentially, this would let them ship a PC compatible version out of the box. Okay, so you did have versions. Alright, then I am wrong. I'm happy to be wrong about it. Well, I mean, those do look like IBM those that is how I'm assuming those are bug track numbers or something, or change logs. I did, like I said, I noticed that there was... Oh, that one's straight out DOS 3.3. Alright, so I will definitely say I was wrong. I was gotten the impression that the code was specifically DIBM'd, which would explain why it all came from Oaks and not... I thought DOS 4... the impression I've gotten from the code is a lot of this was done by Microsoft, or at least a lot of it was rewritten. That being said, I haven't looked all that deep at DOS 4 yet. I've mostly been working on the earlier ones. All right, well, I'm glad to have gotten that sorted out. I'm going to have to look at that oak. I'm going to have to look at the DOS 2 oak and look at it further. General mess of the DOS 2 source code. Alright, Starfrost, that's good to know. Alright, so explain how IBM adopted it. I have to decide if I'm going to actually touch it. Like, the oak would fall pretty close under proprietary leaked source code, but what it talks about was released as open source software, so I don't think there's an actual real problem with this. And I have a pretty good reason of why I want to go digging in. So, give me a moment. I got them all about this. I'll do this on a separate stream, but I'll keep writing. I'm just going to stretch my legs right now. Okay, that makes sense. And full source code for... I'm surprised that the line about IBM bogus being bogus made it past the lawyer review, because there is a line in that in the DOS 4 source code referring to prompting a yeah, I'm not surprised. Fairly certain how this is... Yeah, I'm not surprised they did a little bit of censoring on it. Full source code to anything the vendor might need to modify his platform. I'm going to debate on that one. All right. Yokes files listings. Yeah, I probably am going to look at the yoke. We can see the source code to command.com is not present, but there's a pre-built command.com binary. So, Starfrost, do you have any idea what the high mem flag does? I was looking at that earlier, and I couldn't figure out why it exists. I know it's in DAWs 1 and DAWs 2. Built as an IBM version. We know from the Byte magazine article that Televideo made an XT compatible version. An XT. So let me look at those timestamps. So if we look at the timestamps on the disk, command.com is modified much later than the other files. msdaws.sys is built at around the same time, as is sort. Does sort print out a copyright message? It includes DAWs sim, but I don't think that goes anywhere. What includes T-data? Okay, those are not actually included anywhere. Hold on, let me do a -I. So uint goes into command.com, as does T-data, I think. Yeah, those are both in comlink. So that doesn't help. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the dates, they were modified at a different time. I mean, this was modified 7 days later. Do any of the other files... Yeah, none of the other files actually have... We do know that, like, time dates on files this old are very iffy because you had to set the time by hand. And, like, even I don't do that religiously. I'm suspecting a lot of people didn't. I'm just curious on why sort is built. I don't know if I maybe I'm grasping at straws. I'm gonna have to look at the actual OEM disk to determine if what version string is in its command.com. Likely provided source and then shipped out as reference disk for OEMs. I'll come back to that. Yeah, I think I want to actually take a look at these discs. The biggest thing I want to know is... I really hate downloading quote-unquote leaked crap, but like I said, it doesn't really matter for this. So let me... you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to do it. Alright. Got it. I just want to run strings on that version of command.com. I want to see what's in there. So if we push D... what version? Oh, that's a Microsoft version of command.com. That means the binaries here actually are one-to-one the same. Hold on. Comp command.com. Desktop. OS2 stuff. They match. Okay, so the version in the bin folder actually matches it. I am completely confused on why televideos... Yeah, that's a Microsoft version of command.com. And it's the same one that was shipped in the Git repo. Like, it's an identical binary. Let me look at these a little bit closer. Since I've already decided that I'm going to look at this. Yeah, so we have the two ASM stuff, Skell IO ASM. I already know those are identical. And we do have the same. It looks like we have the same object files. I'd have to go through and extract and look at these one by one to confirm that. I gotta think about this because I gotta figure out what that actually means. I got. I gotta think about what I'm gonna keep saying here. so we know the binaries are identical. Select this file listing. How do I want to put it? Released publicly. Anonymous reader, PCJS was a copy of this images was oak will later make its way onto the internet, and thus we can compare it. Or oaks, which had partial source code to DAWs and source code to anything. Why so messy? I'm used to sort out this mess. By doing some comparisons, we can actually see if the binary file shipped in Microsoft's Git repo. And source code. Microsoft only shipped precompiled version. Of the discs by hand. Microsoft built the disks. Instead of getting the source code to command.com, Microsoft instead vetted the OEM's name, the binary for them. At that point, whatever reason, Microsoft shipped Televideo IBM version DAWs. At some point, Televideo licensed encode DAWs besides. Shipped a pre-built command. I'm going to have to do some serious copy editing on this, but I think this is, at some point, licensed DAWs 2 from Microsoft. I strongly suspect that Televideo never actually had any code for DAWs besides what was on the standard Oak floppy disks. like, I kind of get the impression that the Microsoft version of DAWs was for anything that wasn't a PC, but it's inconsistent. Porting DAWs to OEM. God, I've been at this for 4 hours. For the most part, IBM's only need a small part of the kernel code to port DAWs to their machines, even if said machine. Actually, I know for a fact that command.com would have been pre-built. How do I write this? The need for more source code. Microsoft only shipped pre-compiled versions of command.com to OEMs. We also know. Version 2.0 and is built with the MS-ver flag set for true. It's also identical to the versions shipped on the O. Conversely, televideo's copyright messages are gated between the IM4 and TD.ISM and INT.ASM. It's for version 2.0 and it's built with the MS. Prebuild command.com. Change the copyright messages in the source code to show televideos. We built I'm pretty sure the televideo disk dumps are damaged. Televideo DAWs 2. God, my brain is legitimately turning into silly putty. Rebuild command.com and shipped it to them. At this point, whether it's unclear if OEMs could request IBM's modifications or not, but for whatever reason, Microsoft shipped televideo a copy of DAWs with the IBM flag set. At a later point, Microsoft simply started shipping command.com with NSVer set, but the ASM, these files likely sat on a single machine somewhat. Unclear if OEMs could request OEM the IBM for formats that. We know that WordStar was used to modify the DOS 2.0 source code. Likely source was imaged the machine prior to its public release. This is my theory, but what I suspect is this code actually came directly off whatever machine was used to build OEM adaptation kits inside Microsoft. This would explain why WordStar's data files were in the DOS2 source code. Why WordStar's data files were in the DOS2 source code. And the entire directory, complete with televideo copyright messages, would eventually end up being publicly released decades later. At a later point, DAWs 2.1 would be released, and the relevant changes would be loaded whatever machine used to build the OEM adaptation kits within. How do I even explain the presence of the DAWs 2.1 source code? Well, they couldn't build it from source. Yeah, I mean, the only reason it makes sense that the televideo string is there is if we know that there were problems with building command.asm on micros. That's listed in the README. Like, that's a known. Change the copyright. Even if OEMs did have access to the source code, readme.doc actually indicates that at some point this command.asm was not buildable on micro computers. That is to say, anything running DOS. So for this period of time, even if Microsoft distributed the source code to OEMs, they would also have to provide binaries as well. As such, given the available evidence. This is my theory on why televideo's copyright messages ended up in Microsoft's source code. Would explain televideo's messages are there and why this code is so messy. It's not an internal development branch, but likely a snapshot of the final release was used for providing support to OEMs. This would also explain the presence of the overlapping clause 2 and 2. Given that some OEMs likely an engineer providing support would likely to reference changes between two. In effect, we got a dump of code right off a Microsoft internal. Specifically, support. Yeah, I actually think that is actually a solid reason of explaining it, because I know from Raymond Chan's stuff that Microsoft Legal would go around the Microsoft offices and basically suck up anything that's was of interest. We actually have one more bit of evidence towards this theory. Microsoft's legal department was known to go around and essentially collect various products and other various code repos and products for their own use. Raymond, I think let's see here, Raymond Chen, legal department, Microsoft Alpha. I'm almost certain that was in regards to There's an article. Raymond Chen confirmed to the U.S. Court of Appeals, but yeah, that's got to be a different Raymond Chen. Yeah, I'll leave that one out. Okay, I actually think that, well, that wasn't what I was expecting to get out of the stream, but I'm actually pretty happy with it. Or I'm happier with it. So let me see here. How much of this goes away? Alright, I think that can all be yoinked. Alright, I'm going to take a break. I think I'm going to actually wrap it up in a bit, but let me see if there's any more I need to actually write. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. I've basically just spent the last 4 hours writing. Alright, well, this stream wasn't as interesting as I was hoping, but I hope you